Check, check, check. All right. Today we're on a 420 streak. No THC, 100%ing speed run 420, 2025. And as young Miko says, fuck until 25, the 10, the 1. And then she says a bunch of stuff in a completely made up language. She acts like it's Portuguese mixed with Spanish, but everyone knows that it's actually just Yakuza. She just speaks Yakuza and then acts like it's because Japanese is different. She speaks Gaijin Yakuza, which is actually in some ways more complex than Japanese. Especially because she goes, "Komeme meow." But enough about that. Today, as long as Rockstar loads, I'm going to spend real currency to get some in-game currency to buy the Trueno to supplement the Levin. Oh, I missed my chance. So that was a real sneeze. Wait, do I have another one coming? No, I'm gonna have to fake the second sneeze. But I'm gonna fake the second sneeze to show you about my clever sneeze that I designed recently. Watch this. Hachiroku! Hachiroku! Those were not real sneezes, but I did do that during a real sneeze recently. So the first sneeze was real, but I said heck, and then the next two were fake, and I said Hachiroku. I even took a Zyrtec today. Apparently Lamar has a price on his head for Weed Day. And apparently there's a 420 festival going on. I have my own agenda for 420. You dig? I don't think. Oh wait, I don't think I need my credit card. I think it's just Steam points, and I already marked down the cost. I think it's going to cost me $20. But it's just kind of like buying a model. You know, like it's like buying one of these. You know, that's how I'm seeing it. I try to get the Hachiroku in every game I can, but then I'll have to work for the upgrades. I'm gonna make myself work for the upgrades, and not as long as I wait. Do I need? I don't remember how much money I'm gonna need, but I'm pretty sure I'll just buy the Hachiroku today, and then in coming days I'll work some missions to get the currency so that I can get it drift ready. Oh, I have insufficient funds to pay my bill. That's okay. Let's see. How do I do this? I think first of all, find new session. I can't stand these people. Battle I. Please restart. Okay, fine. Why did it let me start the game and then say I needed Battle Eye? Is that because Battle Eye is disabled in the regular server now because so many people are cheating? And that when I went to my friends only server, it was like, okay, hold up. We need to actually use this software. Which I want that software on because I'm not cheating. And I'm sick of people cheating and fucking my gaming experience up. I think I have to start it up myself, though. Yeah, and the reason we're not going to do a bunch of missions today is because I still have to go film Tokyo Extreme Racer for a full 420 day experience. And I'm going to roll up and smoke while I play. Ooh, do I have to pee? But I don't have to pee that much yet. I have to pee right at the threshold where if I go pee right now, I'll be disappointed. But if I hold it too long, it'll be too late. So we're going to have to play this game again. Who's ever heard of being disappointed when you pee? Well, it happens a lot. It's like imagine you're expecting to have a nice full pee, but you go and it's just like 10 seconds, but you're expecting 30 to a minute. I want 30 to a minute on this one. Pretty sure this guy used to fuck for hours, and that's why he can say stuff like this so nonchalantly. Let's go, Battle Eye. Let's go. You can do it, Battle Eye. Everyone's, come on, let's smoke up on this motherfucker. You guys can smoke as much as you want. Just stop aiming it at me. Stop aiming at me. Do not aim at your superior officer. If you want to say you're going to smoke up on me, as in like forming up on me, that's different. But if you're smoking up on me as in you're trying to harm me or compete with me, then stop it and get some help. And if anyone has any Iskuminawa type beats, please keep them to yourself today. Look, I already acknowledged that you said something about insufficient funds. All I was trying to do is create a friends only. And if this doesn't work, you know something's wrong. Aha. Okay, now I need to go to store, I think. No, apparently not. Online. Shark cards. $20. This should do it. I hope it does anyway. If it doesn't, I'll at least have gotten close, and maybe I'll do one mission. Add funds. I need 20. Yes. I agree. Purchase. And I waited a few days since the last one that I did, and this should be the last one I have to do. Return to transaction. Authorize. Okay. That should be done now. And then, yep, 1.5 million. And then we just need to look at internet, travel transport, super autos. I think it counts as a 2-door. It's actually a 3-door hatchback, but here it is. Oh my god, I need 90K. How am I going to get that? I guess I have to do some missions or something. Alright, let's go try to get that 90K. There's gotta be a stash house around here somewhere. Stash house. Let's do this one first.
Alright, we might be ready to move on this thing. If you want to work, you'll get a knock on your door any minute.
The thing is, what he's talking about is a heist that requires multiple players. And I explicitly had to get out of the multiple player zone because everyone's fucking cheating. So, it's not that I bought the apartment for nothing, because it's cool to have an apartment in a 10-car garage. But it kind of defeated the whole purpose of buying the apartment to do the heist when I need at least 2 players to do the heist. And it's kind of like Excalibur, actually. Instead of pulling too hard on the sword, I just pulled gently and stopped pulling too hard. And I think that's how I got a regular existence at this point. Basically, I didn't get greedy. And I was able to let it go because I realized if I wanted to do the heist, I was going to have to go back to online mode, or regular online mode. And then I was going to get bombarded by cheaters and stuff, and it was just going to start all over again. So instead, I just got to keep the apartment as is. And good thing I bought a cheap one. And I wouldn't have gotten to the point where I thought it was appropriate to buy the hatchback if I hadn't bought the apartment. It seems like that slid a little longer than it should have, but okay. I'm aware that you guys might be just putting obstacles in my path or cars where they, like, are gonna crash into me on purpose. I'm pretty sure that part's the part you're supposed to orgasm to, not the part where I crashed. Just saying, if you're masturbating to my content, you should probably be masturbating to the part that goes well, not to the part that goes poorly. Just saying. Boomst! And I am pretty much sure that this, what was I gonna say? This stash house isn't gonna pay as much as I need for the, for the whole thing or whatever. So I'll have to do something else after this, but this is a good start. Pretty sure Vavo said his job was to steal your clearances, Alec. Oh, I'm aware. I'm aware. That whole Truth Astara thing? Pretty sure most of that information came from me. And it's not just him. It's just him. But you're not allowed to have any rights to the 860 thing. Well, I got it tatted over my motherfucking heart after I did a bunch of fucking slave labor out of love, only to be betrayed. And I'm not even claiming fucking ownership over it. It's claiming ownership over me. Or something, or it's trying to make me claim ownership over it. I'm not really sure what to call it. But long story short, you guys need to stop blaming me for shit that's your fucking fault. It was my first tattoo and everything. And it keeps showing up, too. It keeps showing up at times. Like, yesterday when I played Super Smash Bros., the score I had against Link when I played as Link was 860. I didn't mean for that to happen, it just happened. And I left an $8.60 tip while I was at Yamazato because I'm trying to buy this vehicle, the 8.6, and Initial D. I was reading Initial D at Yamazato. That's just how I operate. I learn things and I incorporate it into my lifestyle, especially when I put in the work. Ah, great. Why is the stash house at one of these places? What the hell? I'm pretty sure you just thought I wanted to scam everybody because of Vavo. I don't want to scam anyone. I hate scams. I hate being on the receiving end, and I hate being on the giving end. I learned all these lessons playing video games very early in my life. You don't need to teach them to me again. Especially when I'm not the one causing the problem. Great, now I have a star? What did I get a star for all the way out here? They're just saying, stop capping or we'll stew you. Okay, no problems there, because I haven't been capping this whole time. So you guys have just, you know, the quest is something to be solved that is already not a problem. Fine. These cops, dude, what do they care about these guys? These guys up here are running a scam. Why are the cops protecting the scammers and not me? This world has gone completely backwards in every sense of the manner. I had to go all the way over here just to clear a 1 star. Look, they're still coming after me. It's just a 1 star bounty. Okay. Seems like all my shit is cursed. Let me guess, when I said I was dizzy, you thought it was because I was drinking. When I said I was nauseous, you thought it was because I was drinking. No, I'm just fucking exhausted and sick and stressed and traumatized. You guys need to stop jumping to conclusions, especially when it's about someone's life. My whole ass life. Damn. I've laid my life down on the fucking line for everybody. What'd you guys do? You fucking betrayed me. Another fucking star. Great. You guys are still fucking defending these guys, I see. Dang it. Alright, I'll just have to over here. 2 stars this time? Why can't you guys leave me alone? You just don't want me to have that car in-game, which I absolutely deserve to have in-game. Only thing you're doing is making this more complicated for everyone. That's how it is? That's how it is? Okay. Then I guess that's how it is. They said, the only way you can have that car is if you're a Yakuza god. Okay, you clearly don't know who I am. Here, I'll show you. Here we go. Ready? Namaste. Namu Amida Butsu. They're like, you can't just do that. Well, I did just do that. So clearly, you can't just do that. Call the motherfucking Q clearance. Oh, you knew that I wasn't working for any money. You set it up. You just thought that after I did all the work, and that I couldn't profit off of it because of the way you set it up, that you thought that you could just steal the equipment and stuff that I developed, the the methods that I developed, and then you thought you could either get me locked up and or killed, and then that you could benefit off of all. Then you thought you could sell all the work that I did, and then use the fucking method that I developed as your own, and make even more money off of it. That was your entire plan this whole time. I'm gonna try going the other way this time. See where this goes. No, that's not gonna work. And everyone just keeps trying to stop me because they think I'm cheating. Or even if they don't think I'm cheating, they just try to say I'm cheating. How the fuck am I cheating? I'm anti-cheating. I hate cheating. Like I said, I used to use cheats when I was a little kid. And if I really had some extra time on my hands, maybe I'd use a Game Shark here and there. But I don't even like using Skyrim mods anymore. Pretty sure you just admitted you were cheating when you were a little kid. Yeah, I did. It's not even admitting, I just straight up told you. So you guys need to shut the fuck up. Your turn. Oh no, we would never admit something like that. Oh, so you're just basically saying that you're hiding your behavior and being dishonest. What? Exactly. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I'm pretty sure I just exposed all your artists at once. Okay, well next time, don't put me in a position where I feel necessary to do that. Don't use such double standards that I feel like you've wasted my whole life. Maybe try that. Swear to goodness, if the police come all the way up here to try to get me caught up. It's a 1 star. It's 1 star, guys. You're just wasting my time. There's no reason to come up here for that. You're just trying to prevent me from getting the motherfucking car. Oh my god, and then they respawned all the motherfucking hostiles. You guys think this is funny, I guess. Fine. Guess you guys even labeled me as a hostile and everything. Yep, all they're trying to do is ruin my progress. That's all they're trying to do. And they're trying to steal my work and profit off of it. And they're trying to make sure I never have any self-esteem. Alright, well, I guess we'll just go check on other stuff then, or whatever. No, let's do this. This shouldn't be that difficult. They spawned all the agents back in and everything. They're just trying to waste my motherfucking time. You know what? Let's try a different approach. Let's try a different approach here. Let's go here first. That's why when I did my feature on Juice WRLD's unreleased song, and I put it on, like, what was it, Bitteki? Everyone was like, no, it's fake and gay. Well, they didn't say the gay part, but they're like, the fucking moderator took me aside and was like, everyone agrees this seems fake. I'm like, what are you talking about fake? There's literally a picture of me with him right there from the meet and greet, and someone sent me all his unreleased music, like, 2 months beforehand, and that was before it was all over the internet. And then I went to an actual studio, even though I could have recorded at home, I wanted to use a U87, and I went to an actual studio, which I then worked at later. And then I recorded it, and I put it on a flash drive, and I gave it to I showed it to him, and then he told me to give it to his assistant that same day that I recorded it. How is it motherfucking fake? And now I understand. It doesn't matter what the fuck I say, what I do. It doesn't matter how real I am. People are always just plotting on my downfall and trying to figure out how to use it against me. People are always just trying to figure out how to discredit me and try to make me have no self-esteem so that they think that they can fucking run my life and steal all my shit, and they think that they can make me come up with all these ideas that work, that people can make millions and millions, possibly even billions of dollars, maybe even trillions of dollars, etc. You think I'm delusional? Fuck you. All you do is steal my motherfucking shit and then try to put me in a motherfucking early grave, and you're just trying to torture me as much as possible on the way out and capitalize on it. Because look what you did to Juice WRLD, and then you fucking stole his music for how long after that? What about X? What about X? And Pete? What about Mac Miller? Why are you comparing yourself to these people? You're nothing. You're nowhere near as good as them. You're right, I'm better. That's why I'm still alive. Well, what about Trippie Redd? He's still alive. He focuses on one thing and one thing only. Alright, looks like my supplies are all the way down on this one. Oh wait, it looks like I have some product to sell.
Okay, we're attempting some discretion here and pretending we're the Postal Service.
Ah, just like
Okay.
you did on my
ready for
case.
delivery.
You pretended like you're the Postal Service, JT, Lieutenant JT. You pretended you were the Postal Service. Except this version is actually good, not what you did. Oh, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Speaking of people trying to take credit for my work. All of the fucking charges that were issued to me were fucking fake. Unbelievable. This whole time. My whole entire fucking shit has just been plotted on this whole time. What the fuck is the point of a species that milks its brightest individuals in this way and fucking tortures them? What is the point of that species? Just to suffer? That you guys think that you're all getting something out of it? Is that what this is? Pretty much, bro. Great, 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 great. Okay. Alright, I see what's going on here. Not that I didn't. Would you relax? Would you relax? Would you slit your own throat? Would you slit your own throat? And so they did. But what you have to understand about me relaxing is it's contingent on the threats in my area of operation. I can't relax because I'm militant. It's not a choice. It's hardwired. And most of it's hardwired through torture that your institutions instilled in me. And now you're telling me to relax because you figure you got what you wanted out of me. Pretty much, bro. And this after I wrote a recommendation for someone to get hired after as a correctional officer. And they got hired, according to them. And then you fucking betrayed me. The whole ass shit fucking betrayed me after I did that. Yeah, that's right. I helped get a correctional officer hired. Or maybe even single-handedly got them hired. And then the whole fucking fraternal police shit just fucking crashed out on me. All I've ever been doing is offering to help. And not even just offering to help, actually helping. And that's the thanks I get. You crash out on me. Not that person individually, but, well, maybe it was that person. I don't know. They haven't messaged me since then. I even unprivated my Instagram and let them follow me. And then they unfollowed me again and said, oh, I was just trying to better my, wait, what was it? I was just trying to get ahead for myself. I even made a music video with them and everything. I did all of the music video part, they just did it first. I guess my life just straight up doesn't fucking matter to anyone. No one gives a fuck about me, everyone's just out for themselves. Planet is depressing. I never even made any fucking money this whole time. I made such minuscule amounts of money it barely supported my nicotine addiction at the time. Over all the years. And after I finally got off of it, you tell me the way that I got off of the nicotine isn't medically viable. What do you mean? I'm still off the nicotine. How is it not medically viable? Why are you arresting me for ending my addiction after you put me through a program that was supposed to end my addiction, which I completed, and it did not end my addiction. It made it worse. So I figured out how to do it on my own, and now you're punishing me? After letting me do it for a year? After my friend got shot? And you still haven't gotten my laptop back. What are you waiting on? And then there's that sus-ass email that looked like it was supposed to be from a prosecutor or something, with a fucking fake balance in my PayPal, in my personal PayPal. You made it look like I had $400 in my PayPal and I had $7. And it was all whacked out the way it was sent. And you said some cryptic ass shit. Let the light shine through the. I reported it to the CIA. I don't know if they're gonna do anything about it. But I'm tired of this fucking bullshit. You took the Vault 7 documents. What did you think? They were expressed through WikiLeaks, and then as part of my counter-terrorist training, which if you want to say that's fake, you gotta get into the whole fucking shit of how could a full-ass counter-terrorist training operation happen and it's fake? Why didn't anyone catch it if it was fake? And why'd you start cracking down all of a sudden on Mimosa Hostilis as soon as Trump got elected, huh? Among other things. Just because it's Mexican, you racist? And or Brazilian, you racist? Something like that. It probably has something to do with the fact that I said Trump shouldn't be president and he should have been mayor of New York. After serving a little bit of time, like he forced me to do. Last time I got incarcerated, he fucking raided the fucking Capitol. Do you think that's a coincidence? After I was working on a Q clearance project, I get incarcerated because the person fucking frags out on me because they're sourcing uranium for some motherfuckers who are most likely not going to use it in a good way. So you incarcerate me. And then you raid the Capitol, which is part of my area of operation. Makes sense. So now what are you trying to do again? Trump gets elected again? What are you trying to do again? You're trying to incarcerate me again. So apparently not only do you guys not want to play fair, you also want to just bully me. When I literally, everything I said was justified and probably correct. It was correct, too. Trump would make a much better mayor of New York than a president. And if he could accept some of the time, he could set all of it up while he's doing push time. So what are you guys mad at me for? What are you trying to make an example of me for? I literally said the right thing and you guys fucking crashed out on me. I should have won an award, not been issued more felonies. And threatened with fucking demon time. I should have been issued an award and my clearance should have been reinforced, not revoked. But no, apparently no one gives a fuck about anyone or about any real shit ever. People are just fucking brain hacked from stupid ass fucking TikTok. And no one gives a shit about anything. And I was auditing a doctorate program for brain-to-computer interfacing. You think that shit's simple? No, we have to understand what the fuck DMT does. And how to use it safely if we're gonna fucking interface shit with people's brains on that level. You motherfucking idiots. this is how I don't like talking, is using extra expletives to the point where it feels like I'm detracting from my point, even if I'm emphasizing it. I would rather have had this conversation in a much more intellectual way. Pretty sure you guys just want me to make stupid noises also and make a fool of myself. Because you don't have any respect for me. And then finally, I'm pretty sure you guys just want me to kill myself. See how that my voice keeps it? Pretty sure you guys just want to, when I have something in my mind and I'm trying to say it. I'm pretty sure finally you guys just want me to kill myself. But no, we have to we have to do this stupid fucking brain rot game where you try to implant sentences into my fucking narrative. You fuck with my stupid ass motherfucking speech centers. See how you're getting me to say that my speech centers are stupid? Pretty sure you guys fucked my brain up more than it was even already fucked up. I'm pretty sure I was doing pretty well the way that I was going already. And you guys just got triggered and crashed out on me. 154. It's close. I don't think that's quite it, but let's see. It's close. No, 159.
Cryptocurrency received, so I guess we have a sale. Transferring now. Long John over.
Oh my god. It won't even let me get in this stupid fucking vehicle. Take this one then. I'm not gonna refill the currency stuff right now. I need to buy the car first. And then I need to get off this game and get on to Tokyo Extreme Racer. Aren't these people who said they're cops just Crips and Bloods? The ones who are in blue, aren't they just Crips? And the dude wearing Supreme, wasn't he just a Blood? Or something like that? Aren't you guys just corrupt as fuck? And pressing my motherfucking buttons? Well, a little more than pressing my buttons, I guess. And once again, the reason that you should have just dropped the case when the lab report wasn't done on the first court date is because I have a right to a fair and speedy trial. But apparently you guys don't agree. So again, you're interfering with my due process. As if it wasn't bad enough that you held me for 7 months without bail during COVID. Well, that was Maryland, not Virginia, but you get the point. It's all part of the same system. I'm actually talking to the AI, also. Like, yeah, there's specific humans involved, but I'm specifically having a conversation with the AI right now. Because there is a military and government AI that is involved in the decision-making process, and I'm submitting data because it's probably getting lied to about me, and I'm trying to submit correct data in a way that won't interfere with due process. And it's a delicate fucking balance because the other side is not respecting due process, but I can't fight back by just, I can't fight back by also then shortcutting due process. I still have to follow due process, even though they've made it basically impossible. So this is what I've decided to do instead. Not instead, but like, this is what I've decided to do about it. Is just upload to the Borg. And keep it private. Because Sonny winked at me in iRobot. That stash house is whacked out. Let's go, wait, the money farm, and then let's go see if we have any supplies here. And then if I have to, I'll try to go back and get the stash house again. Yeah, that's right, guys. I'm just a Buddhist. I didn't think that I was bulletproof. I was just willing to accept the consequences. And you guys fucking ran it up on me because you thought you were teaching me a motherfucking lesson. But no, you're just idiots who don't know what their power is, so you abuse it. I'm just a motherfucking Buddhist. I don't think I'm fucking bulletproof. Among other things. Zen Shinto also applies, as does heavy study in Christianity, and once you get to know it, it's all just shamanic. It's all just shaman activity. Shaman. Hear that? Hear that word? That is the reason that you were not allowed to do what you did to me. Is because of the word shaman. I was performing shamanic activity, and you were supposed to stay away from me, and or support me, not attack me and steal my stuff. Oh, you thought I was racist? You're a fucking idiot. I'm not a motherfucking racist. Oh, yes you are. Yeah. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. Oh, you tell me to shut up, that's why it proves you're racist. Okay, then you're a racist. Okay, then everyone's a racist. Everyone is a racist. If I'm a racist, then everyone's a racist. And if everyone's a racist, then it doesn't fucking matter. What matters is being nice to people. Being fair, and not judging them. Just because of their skin color. Okay, so you say I'm racist, and yet what I just said shows that I'm not racist. So I guess I'm a not racist, huh? Are you guys ready for an actual war based on what you did to me? Is that what you've been doing this whole time? Is just preparing for a war because you're gonna fucking target me and fucking rape me, and you're just gonna defend your behavior with war, pretty much? That's where this is going? That's what you wanted out of life? Because you don't give a fuck about me. Pretty much, right? Pretty much. But I wanted it. I wanted his property. I thought I could just make him give it to me.
So, the buyer's there, and he can't drive. So if you can ferry him and the Kush back to his place and keep your sanity, then you'll get your check.
Alright, we'll try it. This is my 420 mission. And the truck looks cool as hell.
How you doing?
Hello. Sorry you can't drive. I heard you're high as a motherfucker. Usually being high as a motherfucker tends to help me drive, but I see that for different strokes there are different folks. Holy shit, this thing's pulling. Yep, that is pretty much what it feels like for me to drive on a regular basis, and apparently you now feel that way just because you got high. This is how I feel when I'm sober. Although I'm a little better at handling than you guys are, apparently. Because I don't seem to have this fucking problem to this degree. Or maybe that's what it looks like when I drive. Maybe that's what it looks like to people. No, I'm just joking. Pull over, we'll put a bullet in your head. Another one? Seriously, guys, how many bullets in my head do I need? All of them! Okay, then hurry up. Put them all into one bullet and let's get it over with. Oh wait, we already did that, remember? Why do I have to issue my own Q clearance to myself twice? Oh, because there were 2 bombs dropped in Japan? One goes in, one goes out, kind of like Ito N. And today's the day that I initiated the second issue, or the crux of the second issue. So now what? Now what, fam? I remember the prophecy. The prophecy must be fulfilled, and I'm fulfilling the prophecy. I remember what you said in that Project 89 document. Well, they know you ain't a cop now. Who's that? Am I not a cop, though? I feel like I'm a cop. I'm just not the type of cop that people have been used to. I'm the type of cop that actually cares and actually doesn't give a shit if what you're doing is... Well, I just care that you're being safe. I just care that you're being safe. I don't care if you do all that shit as long as you're being safe. They said now they know. Oh, they're probably saying that about the SWAT guy. Now they know he's not a cop. Now they know the detective isn't the real cop. And he's probably been doing this shit to everybody across the country.
Have you seen that documentary about
And that's
the
probably
Silver
why
Star?
the system had him crash out on me. So that people would finally fucking catch on to what he's doing and be able to fucking stop him. That's probably why this is happening, if I had to guess. He's probably been scamming people. Maybe even doing worse. Like, way worse. Like murder and rape. I mean, it was armed robbery. I'm just still a little bit disappointed about the premise of the attorneys saying there's no legal defense for me. I hope they meant for him.
Dude, it's fucking weird.
I hope they meant for him, because there's tons of legal defense for me. You just have to do your motherfucking job, or has everyone forgotten how to practice law? I took one week class at Georgetown, pair that with a public education in Fairfax County that I actually tried hard at. Lose the cops again? I just did that. And I already understand that there's tons of legal defense. It's not about whether I did it or not. It's about whether the law is correct on its premise and whether or not I'm innocent, meaning was I harming people, which I was not. I was doing the opposite of harming people. And I even wrote a paper on it that I'm keeping to myself because I don't trust motherfuckers right now. I should just be able to defend myself. And I should have already have been able to submit for a rule change. It shouldn't be this difficult. You shouldn't have to have a situation where something is federally decriminalized in DC, and yet you haven't, and yet it's still just a motherfucking proposition. You should have already had that shit instated by now, and the only reason it isn't is because of some motherfucking corruption and shit. If you federally decriminalized it, then what are you doing enforcing it at a state level? You federally decriminalized it in that specific arena, which is only
It's
federal
bad the
and
first
not
few
a
weeks, but
state,
after that, it's
which
cool.
supersedes the state authority and proves that it shouldn't have been enforced at a state level. And the only reason that this would happen is if either there's such bad corruption that it was just a mistake, or that you're running a motherfucking scam, that the government is running a scam. And if it was a mistake, it should be pretty easy to resolve now that you know what the mistake is. And if it wasn't a mistake, well then we have uncovered a terrorist group within the organization that is supposed to be keeping us safe.
Interested?
Real terror. Yes, there should be a federal investigation. I'm just wary of going directly to the FBI office because of everything that I know already and everything I've already had to be involved in. And also, I'm not sure that they're not corrupt also, considering that they came and straight up took the CIA documents. And once again, before you say, "Oh, but you said it was okay," consider that, like, you held me at gunpoint and you had me in handcuffs in my own house.
It's fucking spiritual, bro.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It is spiritual. Oh, you thought I was on K today? Nope. I don't have another appointment until Cinco de Mayo. And my esketamine treatment isn't until tomorrow. It's on Monday and Thursday. And I don't use it outside of those time frames. You guys just keep trying to discredit me. But you never consider, hey, maybe I'm actually doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
I don't doubt it. When we were on shrooms, but they say spores are aliens.
Yeah, they are. Our life on Earth is just like spores from mushrooms. It comes from space, it propagates, and then it mycologists agree that we are just like mushrooms. Except instead of being a psilocybin spore, it's a DMT spore.
If you look at satellite shots of the disk, some
DMT
rocks don't
spore
line up.
creates life on planets. DMT spore. Go ahead and extract some extremely pure DMT and then put it in some extremely pure well water and watch what it does. Put a few crystals in there. They have to be crystals though. Put a few crystals in there and watch them spin. You'll understand a lot about what's going on. And the sublimation of our universe and why saying that it's illegal is just like saying our universe is
Mayans had
illegal.
it right.
It's just like saying creating anything is illegal. We're existing in this world. And it's in everything that's alive, basically. So saying it's illegal is like saying being alive is illegal, which is how you're treating me. It does line up. You are treating me like just my mere existence is illegal. And then I can already hear the arguments. Well, yeah, but you shouldn't have to. You should already be creating it in your blah blah blah. Yeah, except you cut off my foreskin. That kind of puts a fucking issue into this shit. And then you worked me until I basically was clinically dead multiple times in a row. Without ever compensating me or giving me time to fucking recover. And that fucked my system up. Oh, well, shouldn't I put more in? No, it's called burnout. It's called you worked me way past my expiration date without any compensation or respect. And so I needed to supplement my body. And thank God I had the clearance first before you tried to revoke it. Because I was going to die. Fortunately, I didn't. But now you're trying to kill me again. Which is the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. So here we are, 420, where I'm sober as a motherfucking brick. But at least my character in GTA seems high as fuck. If L-Boy JP won't fuck with me properly, at least Lieutenant JT does in the game. By the way, no hate or disrespect to an individual who hasn't shown all their true colors to me yet, but I got a pretty good read off of our interaction, and I don't like the way that the hierarchy was sorted. I think it was inappropriate. And if you can admit that it was a mistake what you did, I already forgave you. But if you can just, you asked me to cooperate with you, now it's your turn to cooperate with me. We don't have to keep going through this fucking rigmarole. And I'm not trying to cut a deal with you, and I'm not trying to intimidate you. I'm just pointing out that there's a much easier way to solve this than having to fight over it. What's done is done. Try to put it to good use, and try to respect me in the future. That's all I'm asking. And understand that I'm hurt, and that I have every right to express myself, but I would like to be friendly. I would like to not have to act like a fucking crazy old person. I would like to be able to act calm and collected. And it's just very difficult to do so when faced with this paradox, especially after all the hard work I've put into it. So I hope that clears up the confusion for you, if there was any. And I agree that you should have had some sort of what's it called? There should have been some sort of communication, interdepartmental communication, that prevented this from occurring. But I guess there wasn't.
Hey there. Hey,
Damn,
buddy.
dude. Look how high this guy is. He looks like Droog. Oh, this is the... I'm pretty sure this is where the hostel is that I stayed at in Venice. Yep. Right on this corner.
Hey, it's LJT. You ready for some truth? Business is flat, okay? We've got no growth. And according to the mails in my junk box, growth is everything. So, hire some new bodies. Let's see some alpha. Okay, out for now. Okay, invoice paid, and we have a sale. Currency's in your wallet, and Long John T is logging out.
Oh, he wants this vehicle? Alright, I'll go deliver it to him. Passenger? What passenger? Oh, from the other guy. Well, it's a little bit late to tell us that, isn't it? That mission's already done. Anyway, yeah. Some of the things I'm doing and saying mirror what was done to me. And I'm trying to process it because I'm trying to understand the thought process. But I'm not trying to perpetuate it in that sense. Where, for example, I said, it's possible that what happened to me is a scam that was being perpetuated against many people. I don't know that for a fact, and I'm not going to jump to conclusions. I'm just pointing out that the way that it's set up indicates it may have also been used against other people. But I'm not using that as an opportunity to jump to conclusions and interfere with someone's life in a way. Like, I'm not going into someone's house and stuff. You understand? Los Santos Customs. I'm in my own house. I'm staying in my own house, and that was the point. And yeah, I said a bunch of other stuff that may also not be... Well, it seems like the things I'm saying are important. It's important that I say them the way that I'm saying them. And then, if required, further, these things can be looked into further. But it seems like the way that I'm saying them is the only way to find out what the truth is. Long story short, you already knew you fucked up. You didn't have to cheese me. Fuck you! You should have just turned around. You should have just turned around and said, wait, not this one. And then you should have contacted the CIA about the CIA files, not the FBI. It's called checks and balances, guys. I thought we already went over this in school. Oh, you're pretty sure that I had an owner, that was an AR owner? Wrong, fam. Pretty sure is not good enough in these situations. Oh, yeah, owner of ARs. Yeah, I own. Where's all my money, might you ask? Right? That's your main question. Where's all the money? You have it already. You have my money already. That money in your bank account, that's mine. Does that answer your question? That's where all my money is. You have it already. Pretty sure that should clarify the situation. Those guns that you're talking that you're pretty sure that I owned, yeah, they're all in either the Pentagon or in the other armory that I can't remember where it is right now because every time I visit it, I'm blacked out. And I don't mean drunk. I mean just, for some reason, I seem to have either a demonic possession or some sort of... I have some sort of under oath thing going on. Every now and then I have a dream about it, but it's a federal clearance. No one believes me because... Or maybe people do believe me. I don't know. This is impossible. He just keeps doing this. Over and over again. Come on, you don't really expect us to believe all that, do you? Wait, what is that all the way over there? Oh, it's gotta go here. All this stuff about a secret clearance. There's no such thing as... Well, I stand corrected. There is such thing as a secret clearance. What's this CTS shit? I thought you were just talking about Cadillac. Well, as you can see, compartmentalized top secret is an actual thing. And if you're going to act like you're issuing me a clearance, then maybe you should actually make sure that there is a clearance. And if there is a clearance, maybe you shouldn't try to revoke it without... Well, you just shouldn't try to revoke it. There's a reason that it's there. And I'm also pretty sure you shouldn't train someone like a super soldier if you're just gonna fucking humiliate them with an out-of-shape SWAT team. Wait, this shit's actually humiliating to you? We thought you were just being stoic. We thought you could take anything. Yeah, I pretty much can take anything, but it doesn't mean it's not hurting the kid inside of me, the person. Just because I became an operative to save my world, it doesn't mean that I don't feel anything. I feel everything. It's just sometimes I can't do anything about it. So you knew what we were doing to you the whole time? Yes. I knew you were trying to neuter me. I knew you were trying to cut my penis off. I knew you were using me for slavery. I know that you're still threatening me. And I know that you're continuing to call me a terrorist just because you think it's gonna fuck me off. When you guys are the ones being terrorists. Etc. Etc. Etc.
Ooh, what a beauty!
I should just be able to go down to the FBI office in DC and motherfucking talk to these people and clear all this shit up. But unfortunately, it seems like our whole motherfucking shit is corrupt and that no one wants to fucking cooperate or anything. And if that's not true, well then why are you guys giving me that impression? And don't give me this whole, oh, we're not, it's just you thing. Once again, these are going up as private, so if you have a problem with it, you're the one who did something wrong. You guys need to go review the real rulebook. Start from the beginning. Start from the beginning and try again. Understand why what you did was wrong. Don't just tell me that I'm wrong. Hopefully this won't be a problem right now because there's not supposed to be any other players on my map. Alright, well now I definitely have enough money to buy the car, but I have to go retrieve my other car first. And then I'll buy it from the weed house. Wait, do I even have enough to do the drift tuning? We'll find out. I may be pretty close to being able to do the drift tuning also. By the way, even if you don't have the know-how or the access to find out what my clearances have been up until this point, all you need to do is look at my skill set and the level at which I am able to complete them, and then you can extrapolate to what is required for a clearance. And as long as you don't assume that I'm just not allowed to have one, then you should be able to figure out pretty quickly what my clearance level is. And you'll just have to fill in the blanks with certain things because, for example, by your rules, if you gave me a firearm right now and told me to do a competition run, I would be at fault. So you'll just have to leave that part out. Because your rules suck and you're wrong. And there already are rules, and you're violating them, and you're encroaching on my freedoms. If the reason you have DMT at that such high level of illegality is because you claim it has no medical benefit, then how come you let cigarettes be purchased legally? Cigarettes have no medical benefit. The ones that you sell don't. So why are you being so hypocritical? The reality is you just wanted it for yourself. You know it. You don't even care about whether it's medically beneficial or not. You don't care about the reality. You just want to get high. I want to survive and heal and become a better person. There's so much more to it than this as well. I have a very specific calling, and I have to complete a shamanic duty, and it seems like I've been put on hold. And I'm not fighting that. I'm not continuing to try to do the same thing. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I don't want to do it in a way that is clearly going to run up against interference. Because the way I was doing it before was not running up against interference. Because the clearance was active and respected. This is a very serious thing that has happened. It's not just It's not just offensive to me. Any person who has ever participated in this ritual would understand exactly how I feel. It's as heinous as it gets, especially considering everything that happened leading up to it, and how patient I've been, and how much fucking torture I've endured, just so that people can entertain themselves at my expense. When I'm just trying to help everyone, and make myself a better person. You guys just keep trying to make me suicidal because you think it's funny or something. Or like you're making money off of it. Or maybe you just don't care. Or maybe you think it's an ego thing. Or maybe, like I said, you're just trying to keep me traumatized so that you can force me to kill people. Taking away my agency and my free will. When I explicitly explained and expressed and basically proved that that's not necessary. You don't have to keep traumatizing me in order for me to do my job if that's what you think my job is. I would do a much better job if I had agency over myself, because I'm the expert. Dude, be careful talking about clearances, blah 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 blah. You're gonna get me what? Wet up, whack, whatever. You, once again, you obviously don't know who I am if you're saying those things to me. And if you're saying those things to me, you should have just gone ahead and done it. Like I said multiple times. If you're gonna do what you did, you should have just shot me dead right then and there. And since you didn't, you proved that what you did was wrong and what I did was not wrong. Because that is how that works. You either stop, turn around, or you execute as you said. That execute order isn't supposed to be for just saying execute because it's cute, guys. Execute the search. Spot executed. I guess you guys don't know what that feels like. I guess you don't know what that word feels like to someone like me. You just think I watch too much movies or something, or play too much video games or something. Once again, you clearly don't understand how this works if that's what you feel. Anybody who's really been through this stuff knows it's not that simple, and that you don't mess around with that stuff. That feeling is undeniable. Just because you can't find my clearance, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's kind of the point of a secret clearance. Just because you can't find where it's listed on a computer or some shit. Alright, hold on. I hope you know this doesn't get any cool points with us. I don't give a fuck about you. Because you don't give a fuck about me. And this is the last fucking straw. I did care. And to some degree I care a little bit, but you're just saying I don't get cool points with you to just try to fucking control me and piss me off and act like you're better than me. You didn't say it because it's actually a helpful thing to say. You're just a washed up old ass motherfucker who's trying to threaten someone who's genuinely trying to change the world and do something good. Long story short, let's do a white one. Blah 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 blah. It goes to this one. No, wait, we gotta start. No, wait. Yes, wait? No, wait. Let's do it to here, and then go pick it up. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this is exactly the stuff that I was trained for, and this is exactly the sort of thing that I'm supposed to say when this stuff happens. There's no such thing as giving my clearance back because I still have it. It's just changed now. And technically, you've interfered with my privilege. You can't give it back, but you can get out of my way. And if you've made some sort of change in a computer system that you think runs the system, then yeah, you can do that on your end, but I just want you to understand what is really going on. And that just because you as an individual human being have decided that you think you have power over something, and that just because you said, oh, this is now the truth, that doesn't mean that's the truth. It just means that you've tried to impose your will in this situation. And if you think you have that much power, then you should be using it for good, not for evil. And you should have already had all this information. You stepped way the fuck out of your boundaries, and you harmed my life as a result of it. You didn't take any consideration into the fact that I didn't have a foreskin, that I had already been hazed for 10 fucking years by the police, by the fraternity of police, and that I even volunteered to help you with SWAT operations. But instead, you decided to treat me like a baby and fucking stick one to me and try to teach me a lesson, and then you stole my shit. That's all this is. And if you don't apologize properly, I hear you still threatening me. Something about cooking up, cut my pee-pee off. What about no balls? How about that one? Emma Samuels is a master at that one. No balls. Really, Emma? I drove all that way, again, exhausted, just to be with you. And your response is no balls. Okay. We're not even going to go into this whole thing again right now. Well, if this doesn't stop soon, we're going to have to cut them off. That's all I hear is threats. I don't hear any law enforcement. I don't hear any helping. I don't hear any intelligent conversation. I just hear you guys acting like you have an IQ of 70 and acting like you run everything and own everything, as if there wasn't a whole world that existed before you. And like if there isn't a whole world that exists outside you. How about you guys cut yourselves off and see how that feels before you start threatening people again? And make sure it's to the degree that which you're threatening me. Because if you can't take it, you shouldn't deal it. And need I even ask, where is Dua Lipa in this conversation? Why has she not reached out yet? I did all these fucking covers and sent all these fucking messages, and apparently you guys just used it as an excuse to call me a simp. And or a faggot or whatever, just because I was trying to be inclusive of the gay community and understanding. And once again, you take my kindness for weakness. You'll straight up fuck me up? Well, I don't care. I don't care. Oh, yes you do! Okay, then why are you... If I care, then why are you saying you're gonna fuck me up? And let me guess, there's a million other lies in all the reports as well. And indiscrepancies and people not finishing their fucking paperwork. Or doing their job. Because it was never supposed to get this far, because you just thought that I was gonna fucking crash out. And or you thought that you could just intimidate me into giving up. That you thought you were going to keep my laptop, which you still might try to do, but you thought it was just going to be so easy to keep the laptop that I developed. And you thought that you're just going to be able to run your whole well, you thought you were going to take my proprietary DMT stuff. Well, I call it proprietary because I developed it. I would have shared it. and you think you're just going to run your own operation off that and make money off it, when that's not what that's for. And yeah, sure, I guess you could make money off of it, but it takes a very specific life path to get to where that's appropriate. And from what I saw, nobody in that group and or nobody ever involved with that group of people, not including myself, because that wasn't part of the plan for me, has any reason to try to do anything like that. Even the people in DC. I wasn't interfering with you. I just wanted to make sure I was being safe. You took my license and everything too. Like, it was a federal operation. And the only way that I could have gotten the material that I got was through a federal clearance. And it's not like I did heinous things to get it. And if I did, A, why don't I remember all of it? B, why isn't there more documentation? Why aren't you bringing those things up? Oh, because then you would have to admit that it's hella fucking complicated and that I actually did my due diligence and my service and that I was paid in full and that you guys just stole everything from me? You think everything is just either a hallucination or a video game or a movie and that I'm just a stay-at-home fuck-up. Shut up or else you'll run it up on me? Run what up on me? My numbers? You'll run my numbers up on me? I don't think you understand how grateful I would be to leave this earth and go to heaven. I'm trying to stay here because I'm trying to honor God and not just give up. But if you guys want to take it upon yourselves to do something like that, you have to understand that I've already made peace with my mortality. And I doubt that you can say the same if you're making threats like that at me. Alright, we finally got this thing. And it's left-hand drive, but I can't complain that much. Alright, let's drive it around for a little bit. And then blah blah blah, something about something, and that you'll shut me down and arrest me at my house or something. And then you said something like, I'm not supposed to be able to read your mind or something like that or something. Whatever. That's your opinion. And then now you're denying that I read your mind. The thing is, you guys are so predictable. Even your unpredictability is predictable. The worst part is that any course of action that you could recommend that isn't punitive, which I don't deserve any punitive action because I didn't do anything wrong. Any course of action that you could recommend that isn't punitive, I already completed. And that's where we're starting from. We are starting from the fact that I already did every level of what you could have suggested. And that's where I ended up. That was the top level of what you're supposed to be suggesting, and that's why you should have been protecting me. And then helping change the written law. So you guys went against yourself. That's all you're on about. Is fucking the most low-level shit. Just trying to piss people off.
Pee-pee, color code, pee-pee. I can see your pee-pee.
That's all you guys are doing, is you're just trying to humiliate me. I've already been over this shit. Happy 420, by the way. I'm already pretty sure the drift tuning is 200,000. We'll have to do this part on another session, probably. Look, I don't like being distressed like this. I don't like having to behave like this. But I'm doing it because I'm hoping that I can shine some light on some of the issues. I like being more happy and clever and just funny and cool. That's how I normally am. And I'd like to return to that state of being. And I'd like to retain this person's laptop for further investigation. No. What further investigation? Something about the dark web. We don't know. You guys are so motherfucking stupid, I can't stand it. Okay, then let's investigate everything you've ever done. And then compare it to the achievements as well. Anyway, let's test track, and then let's get off this and go to TXR, and then I have to upload everything. I have to edit everything and upload it. Actually, I'm going to upload this separately from TXR. I just realized that's probably what I want to do. Oh, you thought I was uncircumcised and I was getting off on all this? No, I'm fighting to fucking survive, and I'm suffering. And you guys are just assholes. You're gonna cut me off? Bro, I've been cut off since the day I was born. Are you sure you want to keep threatening my pee-pee? I'm only using the word pee-pee because you do, apparently. A lot of other words that I used to use back when I was more focused on prowess and didn't have to deal with people like you as much. The debasery of patheticism, because for some reason simps became prevalent, and then somehow now, just because I have behaved in the way that someone should, you've labeled me as a simp to try to make yourselves not seem like simps. What is this person on about? Someone shut him up. Or you could shut the fuck up and stop jumping to conclusions. How about that? Oh, and let me guess, now you're triggered, and now you're going to start making threats. Either that or you're flabbergasted. That's how simple this is. You guys are the ones who wanted more. Seems like the only reason I can think of that you would have done this. And also, like I said, there's so many other ways to start a war that aren't as fucking stupid as this. This is one of the stupidest ways you could start a war, ever. Didn't you guys remember the Alamo? Or did you just decide that, no, fuck that, fam, we're gonna cook up on the ops, you can't stop me, and I'm never gonna change? Is that what this is about? Which is the opposite of what I was doing. And I'm inclined to think if you, I just heard it again, jump me because of my pee-pee, something like that. I heard it again. I can hear it coming from over there, which is over where DC is. And now you're trying to make assumptions about whether or not I'm kinky or something. I can hear it. Now you're going kinky, 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 kinky. I can't wait until all of this is either resolved or just all over. I guess you just didn't know that people like me still existed, or ever existed, in the first place. And you just cannot seem to accept that I'm really the way that I'm saying that I am, and not the way that you want me to be for your own selfish reasoning. I guess you just don't want to accept the fact that I've dedicated my entire life to this path of living. And that just because you think you can point at 1, 2, 3, 4 things or the other, that you don't even really have any evidence are actually true, that you can just fucking do all this shit about it. And that's just not how this is. Erased for insubordination. I'm not your subordinate. You're my subordinate. You are being insubordinate, and you are going to get erased if you don't do something about it. And this is where you start saying, oh, he thinks he's bulletproof again. No. I know things can go both ways. I know I'm still just a human. But I made some very conscious decisions that do not resemble your decisions in the least. And that you're just trying to get me in trouble for your own mistakes. And I was just trying to treat the trauma caused by my circumcision. And then I was also supposed to have an extra spiritual experience as a result of seeking the path of enlightenment. Somebody call Yahweh. Long story short, you just should have kept me tripping. And I even said that. And it's not even tripping at this point. Or tripping, and I did triples, yeah, but it's just, I found a medicine that worked for me, and it actually was helping keep me sober. And you replaced it with a corporate chemical that you could control and charge more money for. Just because you wanted to be in control of my life. It's my life. You don't have any right to do that. Especially after I've done everything I've done. If I hadn't worked so hard, we might have been having a different conversation. But I worked through all the ups and downs. I did everything I was supposed to, more than anyone ever has. Not saying that other people haven't worked. Everyone who set the path for me worked really, 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 really hard. I just happened to work really, 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 really hard in all these different areas. It's like this. Nigel Houston skates differently than I do. Why is that? Because almost all his time goes into skateboarding. My style of skateboarding would probably look a lot more similar to his if I spent as much time on a board as he does. But it's not that I haven't put my work and due diligence in. I just chose to do it differently. I chose to make my own board at home, my own deck press, and my own deck and everything. That's the way I chose to do it, and so I made up for board time with creativity, passion, and ingenuity. And I did this with everything that I do, basically. Long story short, you guys were scared that I was about to make a fuck ton of money, or that I already had been, and you were jealous and scared. And you didn't understand what I was up to. And now that you know that A, I didn't have any money, and that everything was just hard work that I was pouring into the equipment and skills, and that I wasn't even planning on. I mean, yeah, with the studio equipment, I would have liked to make some money, but really it was just supposed to be so that I could work on my own stuff, and that if a project came along, that I could work for money. But I put in my due diligence on that. I put in more than overtime, and I even paid for all this stuff. And I didn't make money anywhere else. For anything else. Working at the dishwashing place doesn't even factor in, because all of that money went into buying like BB guns and stuff, because it was supposed to calm me down from everything that I had been through, especially after the surgery, the frickin' hand surgery. What's the world coming to that I'm the person that you're calling a criminal? I'm pretty sure I'm one of the least criminal people of all time, if not the least criminal. And yeah, I've stepped outside what people thought were the lines sometimes, but who hasn't? What matters is that I actually understood what the point of the law was, and I adhered to that. And I tried to help, and I did help others adhere to it, even if my work had been undone in some places. I understood what the point of the law was supposed to be, and what's right and wrong and how we're supposed to be living. And how you can disagree with me all you want, but there's always some part that you agree with me on. And that's what I like to focus on. That's why I don't like going to court over this stuff, because it doesn't seem to be helpful. It doesn't seem to be helpful. It just seems to be another opportunity for someone to try to use me as target practice and get paid for it. Which really, 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 really is backwards. Because why are you giving this person that power over me when you've seen how hard I've worked? And if you didn't see how hard I've worked, then why are you letting this person doing this to me if you don't know who I am or what I've done? And there are answers. You just need to chime in. Start owning up to what's going on and start making sure it gets resolved. Because nobody benefits from what you're doing. And you just need to, the sooner the better, you need to explain what's going on from your end. Say you don't know when you don't know. And try to get yourself out of this situation, because this doesn't benefit anyone. I don't want you guys getting in further trouble. And I don't want you trying to get me in further trouble. There needs to be some sort of resolution, and it should end with an understanding that people should treat me with a little bit more respect. And let me live my life, especially when you weren't involved in any part of the process. Stealing my stuff and then trying to get paid because you're acting like you're protecting me is not the way to go. Once again, it's just like walking in on me and my wife mid-stroke and taking her away from me and then saying I'm a rapist and that you did your job and that I should give you money. That's about how that feels to me. No, I don't need to go over there right now. I already did what I need to do right now. I got the car I wanted. I don't need to do any more supply runs. Actually, wait. Do I have money? Let me not be an asshole. Let me actually fucking help. That was my conscience kicking in. How do I get out of here? I'm not just gonna hoard the money. I'll actually work for it and shit. Like I said I would. I was just locked into this, like, had this mind space trying to get my point across, but I realize I should help the grow operation because it's my grow operation. Let me go get over there. Let me resupply them. Let me resupply the money thing too if I can. And then we'll go to Tokyo Extreme Racer. Yeah, I could just try to keep all the money and try to do Simeon missions to make up for the difference, but I think it's probably better for me to go resupply these businesses and then move on and come back to it later. I guess I should do the other one first. No, he asked me to do the grow operation first. And thank you, because I know that I'm right. I'm receiving that part. The entire department just admitted that I'm right. And I don't take that for granted. I also don't assume that that's going to be the sentiment forever, because I'm used to reaching this state of equilibrium and then having it taken away from me. But at least I picked up on what your sentiment is now, and that you understand what's going on now. That I never wanted to hurt you, and I'm just extremely fucking frustrated that this is happening when it shouldn't be happening, and that I just want it to get better, and that I want everyone to have access to DMT, and I want everyone to have access to music making equipment. I just want to be supported in making that a reality, not only for myself in a secure basis, but also, and it's not just about those two things either, it's about people's decision making and what they can and can't do with their lives, and the fact that these sorts of freedom choices are a lot easier to make when the process is focused on integrity instead of corruption. That's really all it comes down to. If I'm not mistaken, this is the quote that's coming into my head, that I'm the least corrupt person of all time, and that your entire argument around doing what you did was that I was the most corrupt person of all time. And that's how ridiculous this is. Happy Easter as well. Actually, no. What I'll do is, I won't upload this yet. I took a little bit of footage at the restaurant that I went to earlier, Yamazato, and then I'll edit that to this one, and then, or not, yeah, but I'll go do Tokyo Extreme Racer first, and then I'll edit all three versions together, restaurant, this, and Tokyo Extreme Racer, and then I'll upload that as my last upload of the night. Hopefully. Hope I don't have to do another one after that. Like I said, I'm just trying to 100% speedrun 420, no THC. And it would have been nice if I could have gone to the gym as well, but, you know, I only have so much time today. I went to the skate park, that counts as exercise. Pretty sure this young man was picked up for exercising his rights. Or something like that. Pretty sure we're supposed to defend him. That's not a violation, that's his civil duty. I was obligated to do it. Smeek Smooker. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to resupply the money printing, but we can go try. And then I'll just have to build back up from the bottom for the drift tuning. Or maybe these operations will make me enough money. We'll see. I also want to get a livery. Also, I need to do a little research on what gets eliminated. Which modifications do they take off when I add the drift tuning? Like, do I still need to buy a roll chassis and stuff like that? I need to do a little more research before I make those types of decisions. Right now, all I'm going to do is make sure the businesses are resupplied. And then I'm going to drive home and do TXR. If you guys thought I was a slacker, that is You obviously don't know me at all. Also, have you guys seen my SAT score? Go and check that. Or my first IQ test. Go check those things. And then align that with all the non-violent choices I've been making and living a whole life of non-violence. And then there's that Sonya thing that happened. And remember that I was talking about the Q clearance and the AI stuff. Remember all that when you're trying to build a framework for my character. Put all that together and try not to be so harsh on me. And try not to judge me in such a negative light when there's all this other stuff going on that will, if you choose to look at it in that way, it will completely remove the need for you to be negative towards me. And if you want to have deep discussions about existentialism and stuff, and whether or not you have to like me or not, that's a whole different story. But overall, there's no real reason to treat me like I'm a bad person in general. There's no real reason to treat me like I'm a criminal in general. Or even specifically in these cases. And that if I was treated fairly, I would probably have accumulated quite a bit of wealth already on my own. I probably would have multiple businesses and subsidiaries. I would probably already be married with kids. And I probably would have been able to, in a way that you people would recognize, donate a lot of my time and money. And I probably would have had multiple patented inventions. And etc, etc, etc. But instead, everyone's been just fucking trying to play me for a motherfucking chump. Just because they think they can. And it doesn't bother them in the least. Respect has gone the way of the dinosaurs, but not for me. I still think respect is important. Dude, we were respecting you. No, you weren't. Coming to my house with guns, pointing them at me, stealing my things, none of that is respectful. But. Oh, I don't have enough money. Well, that sucks. I guess no more money for now. Because I don't have time for this right now. I have to go home. And I have to then do TXR. I'm still happy I finally got this car in the game. I'm pretty sure you guys also just want to keep laughing and treating me like a joke no matter what. No matter what someone tells you about me, or the experiences they've had with me. Pretty much just seems like you guys just want to keep thinking that I'm a joke. That you can just keep laughing. And not with me, but at me. And that is disturbing to me. And that is why over my lifetime I've focused very heavily on developing a keen sense of right and wrong. That there's a difference between laughing at something because of a higher understanding that you had, while still being compassionate towards the subject and not causing further damage. There's a difference between that and laughing at someone at their expense while harming them, just because you think they can't do anything about it. And that's the difference between you and I. We might laugh at the same thing, but I'm laughing from up here. You're laughing from down here. You're on team, you can't do shit about it, motherfucker. I'm on team, well, isn't that a bitch? I don't like cheesing people. And what happened is you guys raided my house for no reason. That's what it comes down to. And I can speculate all day, but really it's up to you guys to figure out why that happened and to correct it. And I don't mean correct it by tossing me into jail, because I'm pretty much sure that that's the first thing you think about. Anyway, there's all that. Let's move on to TXR. It sounds like the TV is going to be making some weird noises. We'll have to see if this is going to work or not. Ah, TV's being normal. Somewhat normal. Oh, I guess I forgot my water. Guess I'll just be dehydrated then. Oh no, something's really wrong. Why was it just working a second ago, and now it's not? Now I have to go through this whole thing again. Hold on. Okay. Now it's not lagging like that. So let's try to put the iTunes back on. There's something wrong with the force feedback. They tampered with it. These goddamn ninjas. Or something finally just went wrong since I picked it up off the street. Wait, let me double check my force feedback. have to go smoke. I have to go roll up again because it's still 4:20, I think. So let's go. I'll be right back. You guys enjoy the music.
Let's talk about taste.
For the 420 spirit, I'm gonna go roll up one more. Enjoy the music.
mecánico não aplica e ele nota. Here's the old whacked up feeling again. Haven't be any blood put on face. Yes. Very yes.